All right. I think we're live. It looks like we're live. Good evening, everyone. This is a very, very special episode of the Pro Lib Show.
I was thinking this was the way to go, and you put up your puppet show. I say cheers to life. No, I'll be no good bad spot. Just leave me alone. I'm on the show. I'm telling you it's my time.
Good evening, everybody.
Live the life I'm proud of.
All right. We appear to be having a small issue here with the with OBS. I'm not sure that OBS put us live on the right channel. That's what I'm trying to, or the right video. Apparently, it messed us up on YouTube, and the video that we're supposed to be live on, we're not live on. Yeah. So, what's going on, Tatted? How are you? Yeah. So, I don't know why I did that. It made a new video instead of using the scheduled video. I don't know why I did that. So, what I need to do real quick is make sure that people are getting to the right stream. Yeah, I'm not sure why it did that. For some reason, OBS started a new stream instead of using the scheduled one. Because, no, it's not the stream key at all. I think it has to do with the fact that I'm multi-streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And I think because I'm multi-streaming, it got confused. So that's good to know. Because that means in the future when I multi-stream, because all the streams from now on are multi-streams, if I have it scheduled first, it appears to not like it. So I'm not really sure why. But it seems like people are filtering over, so that's good. Welcome everybody. OBS is having issues. I don't know. I don't know why. I just know that it is. So, let me pull up. What I need to do is make sure that I've got Twidget up so that I can put your messages up on the screen. You don't feel so good? Why do you not feel good? What's going on making you not feel good? I think tonight's going to be great. I think tonight is going to be really, really fantastic for MVP Harris. I would not be concerned about tonight at all. Sorry guys, I have to redo a bunch of stuff because OBS messed me up. So just bear with me. I'm sorry. I do have content for you, I promise, but we have to redo some stuff real quick. This will only take a second. Okay, there's the link for YouTube, and here is the link for Twitch. And I have to do this so that I can put your messages up on the screen. I gotta grab the correct link for chat. Okay. All right. So, yeah, right. Where does Trump stand on P versus NP problem? Porpoise, here's the thing. You are not allowed to come in here with math. Okay, that is going to be an offense to God, country, and society at large for you to come in here with P versus NP and Trump. See, here's the thing. There's a bunch of people that have no idea what you and I are talking about, and so I'd have to explain what that even means before I could make funny jokes about it. So we're just gonna move. We're gonna move past you and me. We're gonna move past, but just acknowledge that I understand. I get it, and there's a lot of people who do, but there's some people who just don't, and that's okay because they didn't take those weird logic courses that you and I took because we like that sort of thing. Okay, so tonight's show, it's math. Logic is the math of language, madam. I could debate you on that for hours. No one would watch the stream, so we should do it. We could stream to like my dog or something. He would watch. But logic is the math of language. So the math of communication, I guess you'd say. Anyway, tonight's stream is what's known as a Discord call-in stream. That means if you want to be up here and you want to talk to me about something, you have a point you want to make, all you've got to do is go to the Discord. There's a text channel called Join the Stream. You go into Join the Stream and you say, hey, I want to jump in. And then I give you the role that allows you to jump into the voice chat with me. I'm going to join that right now, actually. That allows you to jump in the voice chat with me and come chat. So if you want to do that, it's in the Discord, join the stream. If you don't have the link to Discord, the link to Discord is in the YouTube chat, and it should be in the description for Twitch. If it's not, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come over to YouTube and grab it, because it's just me doing this, and I got like a billion different things I'm doing. But I do want to hear from you. Once the debate has ended, we are going to do an after show, and I'm just going to jump into... Franklin, really? Right now? Right in the middle of promoing? Really? We're going to do an after show, and part of the after show will be in the general Discord chat for everyone's reactions to the debate. So don't think that this is your only chance. The truth is, like I said recently, I want to do more call-in shows, and so I'm going to be experimenting with different methods. So this is the first method we're going to experiment with. We're going to see how it goes. If I like it, that's what we'll stick with. If not, there's some other avenues we can try. This is just more convenient because I already have Discord. I don't have to pay for a toll-free number and set all that up too, because then I got to route in a number and it's like a thing. This, I know it works. You can just jump in. You can say, hey, I want to jump into the stream, and I can give you the role. You jump in, you talk, and then you leave. But the after show will be me playing probably World of Warcraft for an hour or so while we chat in Discord. Yeah, so I want to talk about what to expect tonight, and I want to temper some expectations for you. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think that MVP Harris, I don't believe what she's going to do tonight is try to bury Trump with some sort of huge thing. I think she's going to want to get her one or two things in. Like, one or two. She's got the campaign has come together. They've got some phrase or some word that they want her to say that hits him on something very specific. But right now, Vice President Harris is the front runner. She doesn't need to play from behind. Trump needs to play from behind. And what that means is that Trump's strategy tonight is to be on the attack because he's got to bring her down. There's a new poll out today that has her up in North Carolina now. If she's up in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, it's over. That is Dunsies. Peace out, Cub Scouts. It's completely and utterly done at that point. Hi, Callan. Good to see you. So, yeah, this is exactly what I was about to go into. I am so glad you said that. Why is Twidget not showing up? That is weird. My Twidget's not showing up. I'm going to refresh it here. There we go. Hoping it goes well, but there's Sane Marsham in the MSM and his mic will be muted, but it's not his turn, so won't be able to make himself look worse by yapping. Correct. So he has to attack her, and he can only attack her when the mic is on, while her mic is off. Remember that Trump doesn't care about looking threatening to her or looking overbearing to her. That's his brand, right? If this was any other candidate, if this was Romney, if this was McCain, if this was Bush, if this was any other Republican candidate of our lifetimes, they would be being super careful about making sure we're equals. I'm not putting her down. I'm not looking down at her. I'm not trying to lower her station because she's a woman. I'm just trying to prove that I'm the better candidate because I have better ideas and better policies. Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit. Trump doesn't give one single flying rat asshole fuck about whether or not anyone sees him as overbearing, as anyone sees him as threatening. He wants to be seen as overbearing. He wants to be seen as threatening. He wants people to know that he has less of opinion about Vice President Harris because Vice President Harris is a woman and a woman of color. That is his brand. That is the epitome of Trump, is that he is better than anyone around him who has different genitals and has more melanin in their skin. Because he has less melanin in his skin, he's got penis. That makes him better. That is what he believes. That is the shining, example of Donald Trump. So he is going to come out tonight and he's got to hit her because he's down. He knows he's down. Their internal polls know that he's down. If their internal polls were up, then why did they bring in Corey Lewandowski to oversee the campaign? They put Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles to the side and said, nope, Corey's back. Corey Lewandowski. Wow. So, this is not a situation where Trump can play that we're even, I'm going to be here with Grace. And I saw something today, the Trump people are hoping that they're going to get good Trump and happy Trump. Bitch, there ain't no good Trump. Happy Trump? There is no happy Trump. There's never been a happy Trump. Remember all the articles in 2016 about how Trump was about to pivot. The great pivot. There's going to be this pivot. Trump's going to pivot. He's going to look more presidential. Motherfucker didn't look presidential for more than the 3 seconds that you read the headline, and they didn't look presidential anymore. Because he's Donald fucking Trump. He has one mode. Now, that mode won for him in 2016. Listen, those of us who are supporting Vice President Harris and who are going to vote for her, we have to play like we're down. We have to. But in my opinion, she's going to win this thing. And one of the big reasons why she's going to win this thing, I'll get to that in a second. Let's go back to chat. Let's go back to chat and see what we got. Chat, for some reason, the YouTube chat is still not loading. So I'm going to try reloading it here. Give me just a second. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think I know exactly what it is. Give me a second. Oh, if you guys could like the stream too, I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, I think I know why it's not loading. It's loading on the screen, but it's not loading in Twidget where I can put your messages up on the screen. So, okay, that should be good. And then I got to get the Twitch chat again so we can share Twitch chat as well. Okay. Should be good now. Let me refresh my Twidget app. There we go. Okay. I should have your chat now, hopefully. We'll see. And I don't. It's still not working. Why is it still not working? Maya and I guarantee I love me some Maya, but I would not want to be president. I don't want to be president. I don't care who I'd be running with. I would not want to be president of the United States of America. No, 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 hell no, hell no. Oh, hell no. I would not want to be president. Okay. It's still not loading your chats. And I'm really sorry, guys. I know this is not why you came here, was to see me futz with this thing. If you're just joining, OBS, for some reason, started a brand new stream instead of just using the stream that already existed. And so now I'm having to redo a bunch of stuff that I already did. And one of the big things that we do here on the stream, and I've always done, is that I put your messages up on the screen. But I have a special app that I have to use, and it has to be plugged into the right chat in order to get the chat messages. Now it just says wait. It's never said wait before. Why do you mean wait? Wait for what? Huh. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. Now it's not working at all. Yeah, F's in the chat for the OBS fail. I mean, OBS completely messed up on YouTube. It completely messed YouTube up. Now Twidget's not working at all, so I'm just going to close Twidget and reopen Twidget. I'm telling you guys, it's, you know, things are not being nice to your old pal ProLib tonight. I don't know who I pissed off. I don't know which old god of the old world that I angered today with my behavior, with my failure to sacrifice. Thank you for the emotes, Shadow. I appreciate it. Twidget active, waiting for chat. Okay, so apparently the only chats that I can put up on the screen tonight are Twitch. So if you want your chats up on the screen, come over to Ethan Plays Live, because that's apparently the only way I'm getting your chats up on screen. I don't know. I'm sorry, YouTube. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. It's one of those nights. So if you want your chat up on the screen, if that's something you really care about, you want me to put your messages up on screen, you have to come over to Twitch. You have to watch me on Twitch instead of YouTube. I don't know. Doesn't like us tonight. All right. So here's what I was about to say before I got all distracted trying to fix that damn thing. The reason that I think Vice President Harris is, yeah, YouTube is on screen, but I mean, like, you know, like highlighting your messages. Like how I can highlight your message at the top. Like that's the message I'm talking about. I can't do that with any of the YouTube messages right now. They're not, Twidget and YouTube aren't talking. They're I don't know, they're bickering. They're having a week. The reason I think Vice President Harris has this thing in the bag, first of all, the main reason is that she's amazing. I mean, that woman she is smart. She is capable. She is experienced. She is successful. She is strong. All of those reasons matter. And what also matters is us. Americans love the new. Americans love the next thing. We love the new phone. We love the new season of football. We love the new song. We love the new. Donald Trump has been at the center of the political stage for a decade. He is also an adjudicated rapist. He's a convicted felon. All of that stuff, all of that matters as well. But the fact that one candidate represents the past and the other represents the future matters. And it matters a lot in politics. There's a documentary I love, Ken Burns' documentary called The West. If you've ever seen it, it's highly suggested by yours truly. And one of the things that one of the historians talks about there is that the West, one of the reasons artists are always so enamored with the West, setting stories in the West, you know, heading off, movies often end like they're going into the sunset, is because the West represents the future, represents tomorrow. It's where the sun sets. We're heading towards the sunset because we're heading towards tomorrow. That is so ingrained in American culture. It's one of the reasons why Obama didn't just win, but won in a landslide. Again, he's a very smart man, very capable orator. I'm not saying these things to cheapen who he is as a person, but he represented the future. He represented hope. He represented change, the right change towards a hopeful future. And Vice President Harris is pulling that same energy. Now, we still have to fight for it. I don't think it's going to be given to us. You know, I just checked my voter registration Saturday or Sunday, one of the two. You should do the same. You should be checking your voter registration. You should be phone banking. You should be canvassing. You should be volunteering. You know, you should be working hard to make sure that your candidate wins. And even if your candidate is a different candidate, you should be doing all of those things. Obviously, I mean, why do you think I'm wearing green tonight, right? But you know, I believe in the democratic process. I believe in the process of democracy. And we have people in our community, in our audience, that don't agree with me politically. You don't have to be a progressive and a liberal to be here. I have mods that don't agree with me politically. That's not this channel. We're not a safe space. Said that for years. Now we don't allow bigotry. We don't allow misogyny and stuff like that. But this isn't some place where you're only going to hear one viewpoint, where only one viewpoint is allowed. That sort of thing. That's not us. That's not the culture that I've ever wanted to build, or the channel I've ever wanted to build. But at the same time, I think that the future is representative of where we as a culture have always wanted to go, is into the next and into the new. Hold on one second. I'm seeing some. Okay, there's still no sound. I have the stream going already. The stream that apparently is going to be broadcasting the debate. Also, I had Zaxby's today, so got that going for me. And I thought there was something going on. I think RFK Jr. is being interviewed. Yeah, he is. He's in the spin room. He's in the spin room. Okay. All right. Well, so that's going on. Oh no, we can't carry it. So sad. Yeah, totally, absolutely. Like when I say, when I say these things about Obama and Vice President Harris, don't think that I don't see the things that I don't agree with. That's what I wanted to go a moment ago. There is no perfect candidate. The perfect candidate doesn't exist. There is no candidate that wants absolutely everything that you want in the way that you want them, the way that you want it. It doesn't exist. So, these, like the uncommitted folks, that's why they just get on my nerves. Because like, you have to do the exact things that we're going to do or we're not going to vote for you. It's like, okay, well then why would we engage with you? Okay, then go vote for the Constitution Party or something. Like, we have work to do. This is what we're going to do. These are the plans that we're going to put out. They aren't everything that I would do if I was running for president. They aren't being done in the ways that I would do them. But, 85% of the stuff that I want, I'm good with 85%. That extra 15% is really important. Not saying it isn't. But it's still 85%. You rarely ever in politics, outside of very violent revolutions, get dramatic change. That's not what our system's not really built to have, like, dramatic change, like giant, tremendous change into, some other status. That happens, but that's the exception, not the rule. So, moving towards a more progressive future, it steps in the right direction for me. Do I want to go into this right now? I have a thing. I'm gonna write down. I'm gonna take a note because I have a thing I want to talk about. But I'm gonna go to chat for a bit, before we get into this. So, Titan, you are the perfect candidate. I agree. Your Android ass should definitely run for president. I would not vote for you, but I would definitely canvass against you. Yeah, well, Shadow, that too. Don't be not being illegal and deported for your existence. That too. That's what I'm saying. Like there's degrees in politics, right? We're not going to get the 100% candidate. Because the 100% candidate probably doesn't exist unless you run for president. That's probably the only way. And even then, you still got to make compromises. Politics is the art of compromise. It's rarely ever the art of getting everything that you want. And that's one of the things I think, well, is part of, this note that I have, this thing I want to talk about in a minute. We'll get to that. Tom says, you Americans make your presidential debates when us Europeans actually should be in bed because they have to work. I have to complain. Hey, Tom, I understand. I do. I get it. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to start a little early. Because, on the East Coast, the debate's not even starting until 9 p.m., which is bedtime for a lot of the East Coast. But, you wanted to be available for the West Coast, too. And that's only 6 p.m. on the West Coast. So people are just getting home from work on the West Coast and they're going to bed on the East Coast. It's rough. What time is better? You want to do it at 8 p.m. on the East Coast? Then some people are just leaving work. They're not even home yet. They listen to the radio. It's hard. It's rough. The logistics of it are a pain. Hey, Shadow. Excuse me. Okay, this kind of touches a little bit about my note here that I want to talk about, but I'll get into it anyway. One of the things another reason why I think that Harris is going to win is they are so good at a ground game. My first political job, I've talked about this on the channel before. My first political job was during the 2008 presidential campaign. I think I started in like January. I might have even started in December 2007. When I think about it. Anyway, my point is it was before the primary started. And I was in a nonpartisan PAC. We did not support either candidate. We were supporting children's rights. So it was stuff like universal daycare, universal pre-K, school lunch, universal school lunches. That's the things that we were advocating for. So we were going to Republican primary events. We were going to Democratic primary events, Green Party. I didn't go to any of these, but like the Constitution Party, or not. I'm sorry, not Constitution Party. Libertarian Party had one. But the point, we were on the ground. We were passing out stickers. We had flyers. We would get a table. So, for instance, Obama and Romney would be speaking somewhere. And so we would set up a table outside because there's always like vendors and stuff. And we would just be like, this is us. And we'd have swag and stuff, and people would come over and, we'd be like, this is what we're advocating for. There was very little direct interaction with any of the candidates. I did shake Mitt Romney's hand once. That is a true story. I washed it right away. I'm just kidding. I did shake his hand, saw Obama speak a bunch. I was in South Carolina at the time. So it was, early primary state. They were there a lot for almost a month. Let's see. I was in the same room as Hillary once. Did not see her speak for some reason. I think it was in like the overflow room. But my point is, the way that we were trying to spread our message was on the ground, right? They probably had these, but I was not a part of like radio ads or TV ads or anything. We were literally on the ground talking to people, passing out stickers, passing out buttons, passing out flyers, answering questions. We had these, they weren't really talking points, but they were like bullet points of the change we wanted to see, right? And the reasons why we wanted to see that change. We had a whole study that was done about hungry kids versus full kids that had eaten that day and how they performed better on tests. And I was like, if every kid got lunch, they would perform better on their tests. Our entire education system would then be better. Our workforce would be smarter. And we as a country and an economy would do better. So like feeding kids like has this huge snowball effect. Like it makes the economy, it makes it so that everybody makes more money. And this isn't just me like saying this, but this is like studies that prove this. And we had them. And we had to study them. I mean, I studied, I don't remember them anymore. I'm sorry. At least like I did then. But we did it on the ground. And the Harris campaign's ground game is outstanding. It is so good. They have so many offices. They have so many people in different states, canvassing, passing out buttons and stickers and understanding studies and why different policies that the Harris administration would put forward would make things better for the economy, make things better for Americans. And that kind of ground game doesn't exist right now for the Republicans. They're not building it. They just aren't doing it. Why? Because Donald Trump is using a lot of the money that the Republicans are raising to pay his legal bills. So they don't have it. I saw a story yesterday about a bunch of down ballot Republicans that are very getting very annoyed about how the RNC isn't giving them any money for their campaigns. It's because the coffers are empty. Because Laura Trump is in charge. There ain't no money for your campaign there, buddy. Everything is just, the stars are aligning for Vice President Harris. Now, again, she's a great candidate at the right time, and that is a part of it too. I'm not trying to denigrate her as a person or not bring up how great she is, but things are really aligning for Vice President Harris in a great way for her. Let's go back to chat because I've been talking for way too long. I was at a booth chatting at potential voters for years. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to do, you know? It's a great experience. And it's great too because you get to understand a little better how our election process works. Like when all these people are saying like the election was stolen. Anybody who actually thinks that the election is stolen has zero understanding of the processes of elections. Like how votes are counted and how ballots are organized, and like the thought that it could actually be stolen once you've actually been there and you've seen how things work is completely ludicrous. Like in almost every place that you can think of, there's one person looking at a vote and there's a Republican and Democrat looking over their shoulder while they're checking the vote, while they're verifying the vote and everything. Like you would need a conspiracy from both sides, of Republicans and Democrats, of millions of people that weren't talking about how they were like, it's completely unimaginable. Absolutely. Yes. Great point, Azrael. They're also, the DNC's getting money down ballot a lot better than the Republicans are. Much better than the Republicans are. Oh, porpoise. Oh, that's funny. Pennsylvania's so impressed with Harris, they named its capital city after her. Absolutely. That is good. Tom, the election will be close. No, don't misunderstand. The election will absolutely be close. I'm not saying that it's going to be a shoo-in or a landslide, anything like that. I just think that the stars have aligned in a way that this is Vice President Harris's to lose. Everything is falling together. You've got a motivated voter base. You've got a motivated donor base, which is super important. Hold on for a second, guys. I got to check something, see if there's sound over here. Okay, there's sound over here, which means we're good for the debate. So we're going to have, we have the stream for the debates live. Just realized I'm kind of concerned about the volume of it, but we'll figure that out later. But yeah, the election will be very, very close. So don't think that it'll, in any way, shape, or form that the election will be some kind of shoo-in, landslide or something. But things are aligning well. Yes, Eric, absolutely. Absolutely. No, that's a great point. Yeah, and Porpoise brings up a good point too, which gets into my note. So we're going to get into my note. You guys want to see my note? Here, I'll show you my note. This is what I wrote down. Marxist is MAGA. All right. We got to talk about Marxism, guys. So, we got to talk about Marxism. All right. Who in the chat? Let's see. Who in the chat? Don't Google it. Don't Wikipedia it. Give me your definition of Marxism. Someone, anyone, or a couple of people. Just give me what you think when you hear Marxism. Give me your definition in chat. Without Googling it, without Wikipediaing it, just what is Marxism to you? No, Tom, this is about the fact that Republicans keep calling Vice President Harris a Marxist. That's a whole thing, that she is a Marxist. Marxism is living your life according to the comedy of Groucho Marx. Sinister, that is it. That is it. The sinister purpose, that is Marxism. Congratulations. Seriously though, who's got a definition of Marxism does anybody have a definition of Marxism? I've got one, but it requires a history lesson. So I'm, Marxism is Russian communism. No. Marxism is a theory of economics that is based on the theory of labor by Marx. You looked that up. You looked that up. It's basically anti-capitalist. Okay. So we're going to go into our history lesson. Karl Marx didn't really like capitalism very much. And he wrote a book where he said, hey, listen, we could do something that's a little bit better. We can take what already exists and turn it into something that's beneficial for everyone, even rich people. It'd be beneficial for everyone. It'd be better for everybody. But the rich people probably aren't going to go along. And the rest of us are just going to have to kind of seize the means of production. And it'll definitely be better for us. And that's basically Marxism. Now, communism said, well, let's take Marxism, but put a bunch of oligarchs at the top that are all in charge of it. But say that everybody's on equal footing, but they're not. And that's the difference between Marxism and communism. Marxism is like, and then you've got socialism, where socialism is an economic system. It's not a system of politics. Marxism is a system of politics. Communism is a system of politics. Socialism is a system of economics. And the three get worded together, and that they're all the same, and they're not the same. Marxism just said, hey, we've got all these factories that produce all this stuff. And instead of like, I have to produce this stuff at my job and get money and then go out and buy the stuff that's produced at the factory down the street because I need that stuff also to live, we could just turn on all the factories, produce all the stuff, and give the stuff to each other. And then we'd all be fine. Like, you just go to work tomorrow and produce the things at your factory, and I'll go to work tomorrow and produce the things at my factory, and I'll give you some of my stuff for some of your stuff, and then I'll have all the stuff. And we don't need the exchange stuff. What do we need that for? What's that for? For what? Why? Just go to the factory and produce your stuff, and I'll go to the factory and produce my stuff, and we'll just exchange stuff. And we both got stuff. Cool. Peace. And that was Marxism. And most people who read it were like, that's not going to work. Marxism would never work. It's like the whole, commune thing where you're going to, like, everybody's going to live in a commune, and like the commune will have a baker, and it'll have a winemaker, and it'll have a sheep herder, and we'll just live on a system of barter and trade. Yeah, I wouldn't work. I got bad news for you. Capitalism is a terrible form of economics, but it's better than all the other ones. I'm not a huge fan of capitalism, but I haven't seen a system that's much better. What I like is capitalism that's tightly controlled with socialistic economics. That is a great system because you got the safety net at the bottom. Everybody's making a living wage. You go out and, hey, if you want to make more money, you can go make more money, but you're fine at the bottom. That is great. That's a great system. That is a great system. Somebody should invent that system. That would be better than what we got. That would definitely be better than what we got. It doesn't exist really anywhere. Sweden, kind of. I mean, a little bit. Netherlands, up there. Sure. But, definitely not here. Definitely not here. You'd need universal daycare, all the stuff that I was talking about earlier, universal daycare and student lunches, universal health care. This is all the socialism that we'd be plugging into our capitalist system. You would get, what am I missing? Some sort of either a guaranteed living wage or, a monthly stipend to make sure that you have a living wage. Yeah, that would be great. That doesn't exist, but that would be fantastic. Anyway, Marxism was like, burn it all down and we'll just all produce stuff at the factories and give it to each other. That is not what Vice President Harris, soon to be President Harris, that is not what Vice President Harris is proposing. She's also not proposing communism. Communism says, listen, everybody's on the same level except us. Us over here. We're in charge of everything, okay? So we're just managing. We're comrades. You and me, we're comrades. I'm going to go to my mansion. You go to your hovel. But we're comrades. We're comrades. We're eating the exact same food for the most part, okay? For the most part, we're eating the exact same food. We're wearing the same clothes, sort of. We're driving the same cars. You don't have a car? Oh, we'll get you one soon. We'll get you one soon, comrade. We'll get you one soon. We'll get you a new roof on that hovel real soon. We'll get you some wool drapes. Communism is a terrible system. Communism is bad. All of the stuff like I would say extreme left would be like living in, would be like, like self-sufficient tiny communities. That's like extreme left. And then from there is like Marxism. And then from there is like communism. And then from there is like, then you're getting into like capitalism with a bunch of socialism on top. That was a big thing in Marx's book too. Marx said, I forget exactly, but he said something is like, this is the evolution of capitalism. I forget the exact wording he used. That wasn't it. But he just saw Marxism as the natural way that basically there's a bunch of us workers and the factories can't run without us. So if we just go in and, get rid of management in some way, it's undefined, you know what we're talking about. But if we just get rid of them, we can run the factories ourselves, right? So we just do that. And then we're in charge of the factories. And everybody's like, Carl. Really, Carl? Really? So yeah, it never really panned out. Okay, let's go back to chat because, again, I've been talking for too long. Yeah, the Handmaid's Tale is would be right. It wouldn't be left at all. It wouldn't be communism or anything. It'd be that's fascism. So that's the extreme right. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, and this is a good point too. The reason that people intentionally mix up socialism and communism is because socialism is bad for rich people. True socialism would be the whole $1 billion and more in wealth, and we're taking 99% of everything that you earn on an annual basis. That's true socialism. It's like, look, you got enough, okay? I saw a meme yesterday. I should try to find it. I put up on screen, but I'll just tell you. It said if there was a monkey who hoarded all of the food and didn't let any of the other monkeys have food except for like one banana that they split between themselves, they'd be like, wow, that monkey is like insane. And we need to like go get that monkey treatment. Among humans, we put them on the cover of Forbes. And I thought that was very, very funny. Let's see. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Porpoise. You know what, Maya? I do sound like a socialist dem. Do you know why? All right, sorry. I had to fix my microphone there. Yeah. Azrael brings up this. Have a baseline below which you cannot fall that provides everything needed to live comfortably, since you can't have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness if you're homeless and starving. I'm just letting it. We're just letting it percolate. We're letting that ball matriculate down the field. The truth of the matter is that capitalism only works if there's a dream to achieve. And when the capitalists at the top of capitalism have gotten so capitalisty that they take away the ability of the masses to achieve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you get French revolutions. So you want some socialism in your capitalism. You want a fair bit, actually. Because there's a lot more masses than there are capitalists at the top of capitalism, which was kind of Marx's other point, too, was just, guys, we can take them. I don't think he used that exact wording, but that was his point. The metric system is the only reform implemented by the French Revolution that stuck. Porpoise, who let you in here? Who allowed you in this chat? Was it you, Maya? At this point, a person who can earn $99999 a year, he or she would stop making investments to make for the gains. That person would hedge their investments on this arbitrary border. No. So here's the thing. What you're forgetting about is inflation. In order for an economy to grow, it must inflate over time. Prices must continue to rise. Inflation is a fact of life. Inflation is good for an economy because there's more money in the money pool, which means more money can be invested into businesses, which means businesses could grow, which means they can hire more people. Economic stuff. So over time, if you have something invested, and I'm a retirement planner by trade, so I'm trying not to get too financially mumbo-jumbo-y with you. But if you have investments over time, they're going to grow. All right, so I'm going to get a little financially mumbo-jumbo with you, okay? There's something called a MEC, a modified endowment contract. There are investment products, I think all of them are life insurance products, believe, that are non-MEC, which means that they are non-qualified by the IRS, which means when you take money out of them during retirement, you don't pay income taxes. A 401k, when you take that money out at retirement, when you take your distributions from it, you have to pay income tax on it. Non-qualified money, you don't. So it would be some sort of like a universal life policy, that sort of thing. However, if you contribute too much to it, then it MECs. It becomes a modified endowment contract, which means that the IRS says, hey, you've saved so much money in there that you have to pay some income taxes on it because you've just built up so much of this money that you have to. So the only way around that would be to A, not contribute as much, or B, to pull some money out of it. You can take some disbursements from it so that the level of money in it goes down and you can continue contributing to it. There is no reason why we can't put the same kind of rules on things that rich people use to make money. There's all kinds of things, from municipal bonds to IULs to fixed indexed annuities. I mean, there's so many different financial products that rich people use to store money away so that they've got money and then take loans against and use as credit lines and blah, 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 blah. So, no, I'm going to disagree with you. Oh, yes, please like the notification subscribe button and cheer your emote windows. I don't remember the terms. Anyway, hit the things at the bottom of the thing. Anyway, there's a bunch of things that rich people do. I know because I sell to them. To hoard their money. I don't know how else to say it, but they hoard their money. And rich people don't just have like a savings account, right? They've got this product and this product and this product, and they've got this product and taking a loan against this product and taking a loan against that product. And then they're moving this money over here and they're paying taxes on this. And they do all of that because it's a great way to avoid paying taxes to the IRS and keeping your money from being qualified for taxation. Qualified, there's two types of money, qualified or non-qualified. You earn money that either you pay income taxes on or you earn money that you don't pay income taxes on. That's the only two types of money that there are, in the U.S. at least. And we're not getting other stuff. But, so, no, I'm going to disagree with you, Tom. Your overall point, I get what you're saying. And I agree that, like, there's ways to hide money. But there's also ways to say, hey, you can't use that to hide your money anymore. Well, you could change some of these rules. The rules aren't like in concrete, etched in stone by, God himself upon the Mount. Was that Mount Sinai? What was the mountain that Moses tucked the tent? Was that Mount Sinai? Listen, we're stretching the limits of my Bible knowledge right now. It was Mount Sinai that Moses was on, right? Someone's going to answer me. I think so. Spackle will know. Spackle will know whatever mountain it was that Moses was on. Anyway, these rules aren't from, given down from God and unchangeable. We can, yes, thank you, Spackle, thank you. So, you can, if you want, change these rules so that rich people can't hide their money in these products. And by the way, if you aren't rich, you should be hiding your money in some of these products. I do a lot of that too. Moses did break the first set because he had a whiny little tantrum. He got his panties in a wad, and he got mad that they were worshiping dildos or something. I don't remember what listen, I don't really read a bunch of the stuff in there. I just know that he got mad about dildos. That's the only part of that story I know. Stop investigating. No. Tom, I totally understand what you're saying. I 100% get you. I'm just saying, over time, inflation keeps increasing and your money keeps earning interest. So, really, the only way to keep your money from gaining interest is if you, hide it under your bed. Right? If you've got it in any kind of savings account, annuity, whatever it is, it's going to earn interest because wherever you've got that account, the bank or financial institution that owns that is going to be like, oh, while you're not using your money, we're going to go invest it in the stock market or buy these derivatives. There's tons of different ways. Buy municipal bonds, tons of different ways that financial institutions make money. So they're always going to use your money to make some money of their own. I guarantee you there's ways around this. We'll do a whole stream at some point on a lot of this stuff. I don't want to get super sidetracked on this. I really should do that. I should do a whole, it's literally what I do for a living is talk about retirement products. I should probably talk about that here. But yeah, we should have a whole conversation about different ways that the U.S. government could go after some of the ways that rich people hide and hoard their money. I'm going to make a note. We're going to do that. We're telling them to do that. Need the cap index to inflation. Yeah, Porpoise, you'd have to have the cap. You'd have to have the cap index to inflation. I agree with that. And then you got to decide, is it going to be a percentage of GDP? I don't know. Anyway, let's have a whole stream about it. Tonight's not the night. Let's have a whole stream about that at some point and talk through a couple of ideas. We will do that. You can still call me if you want to call me Ethan. You can still call me Ethan. It's fine. It's not my name. I wanted to start being honest that it's not my name, because it's been bothering me for years that, my real name's not Ethan. That's all. No, Tom, you're fine. The debate starts in 35 minutes, so I don't want to get off onto a whole thing. We could go for hours about finance. I mean, I do at work it's literally what I do all day, right? So, I mean, I can talk about this stuff. I'm a nerd for retirement products and insurance products and how to put money aside for retirement. That's what I do for a living, is help people do that. So, don't be sorry. It's just, I want to do a stream where that's what we focus on. And we'll do that soon. We may do that. Let's do that for Friday night stream. What do you guys say? Friday night stream. Let's do that. Vic, you're late. We just talked about Marx. We were talking about Marx a minute ago. We already talked about C's the means of production. And why it's not going to work. It's not going to work. That does sound like math. There's a surprising... It's surprising for a lot of the work I do, it requires very little math. Because, I mean, it requires very little complicated math. Again, we should just talk about this Friday. Because I feel like for some people this is really boring, and some people are like, oh yeah, tell me about retirement. How do I save for retirement? There's surprisingly little math. Friday night, we're going to do a whole finance stream, and we'll talk about finance and how we could get a living wage and how living wages should be calculated, and how we can tax rich people. We'll call it Eat the Rich. Eat the Rich is money. We'll call it Eat the Rich, and then in parentheses, is money. That's what we'll call it. Eat the Rich. I'm going to write that down. Eat the Rich is money. And that'll be Friday night stream. That's what we'll do Friday. Yes, this is about how muting Trump is going to be glorious. Yeah, Friday. It's absolutely what we're doing Friday stream. Yeah, and Insidious, that's why I don't, tonight's about the debate. We go into a bunch of retirement and finance and economic stuff. Some people are just going to find that extremely boring, and I'm not here to bore anybody. Let's set that for Friday, and the people that want to come watch that and talk about that, we can come talk much about that. So, Eat the Rich is from the French Revolution. It's also from Aerosmith. It's one of my favorite Aerosmith songs, is Eat the Rich. Eat the rich. There's only one thing they're good for. Eat the rich. Anyway, sorry. People have no food to eat. They will eat the rich. Yes. I don't advocate, cannibalism, but financially we need to take a couple of bites. I am tired of, and we'll talk about this more on Friday night. You know what I'm tired of? 4 times today. I had 5 client conversations today. On 4 of those conversations today, the client said that they were scared that they won't have any Social Security. Happened on 4 of my 5 conversations today. And it happens a lot, but today it was a heavy day for that particular conversation. And we can just tax rich people and corporations and make the annuity that backs Social Security solvent. Anyway, Friday. We're going to talk about all of this on Friday, so please tune in to the Pro Lib Show on Friday, right here on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Lols. What's the over-under for the time it takes Trump to say something racist or sexist? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm gonna give it 5 minutes. What do you guys think? How many minutes? Put your minutes prediction in the chat. Is it gonna be 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Really? You can hear that? I'm sorry. When I do this, you you can hear the straw? That's weird. I apologize. I'm sorry. I will be better about I have a cough button. I wasn't using it. So I will be better about that for you. I'm sorry. You're saying 13 minutes? You think it'll be 13 minutes before he says something sexist or racist? Okay. I'm pretty sure he opens with it. Oh, you know what? My volume is a little high. I will turn the volume down for you. Volume's a little bit high. So there we go. Now you shouldn't hear every breath I take, every step I take. You'll be watching me. I apologize. I didn't realize it was up. It was up there. You got Spackle's going 8 minutes. I'm sticking with 5. I'm sticking with 5 minutes. Okay. 8 minutes. All right. That's fair. 8 minutes. You know, as I was saying earlier, I don't know if all of you were here, but he has to. I mean, he doesn't have to be racist. He doesn't have to be sexist, but he's got to hit her. He has got to hit her. Wow. I didn't know that I had a Ko-Fi stream bot. Oh, you know what? I think that was only in Twitch, which is also weird. Anyway, visit my Ko-Fi page. We got a Ko-Fi now. I've been writing blog posts. Well, I wrote one blog post. I have another blog post that'll be out Sunday. So, yeah. But like I was saying earlier, he has to. Trump is now behind. He's got to take her. Trump has got to get out ahead. The June debate. If you go back and watch that debate, during Biden's first answer, Trump's entire demeanor changes. Suddenly he's standing up straight and a smile appears on his face because he knows in that moment that he's the front runner. And he hit Biden, but he didn't hit him very hard because he knew he didn't have to. Because Biden, and let's, Donald Trump is not a stupid person. Donald Trump is an uneducated person. Donald Trump is proudly ignorant about many things. But Donald Trump is not an idiot. He's not stupid, and he's not a moron. He says moronic things. He says stupid things, but he is not unintelligent. And he knew when he saw Biden come out, and Biden was not at his best. Everybody's not. I'm not attacking Biden. Just say he wasn't at his best that night. You can see it in his face and his demeanor. He knows that he has it. He hit him on a couple of things, but mostly he just did his Trump stuff that he just does because he's Trump. Tonight is different. He is not the front runner. She is focused, she is poised, and she is smart. She's a career prosecutor. She is a former attorney general. She is a former senator, and she is the current vice president of the United States. This is someone that can take him on and look him in the eye and tell him no and mean it. And it's one of the reasons why, I don't know if you saw this the other day, he was bragging, or whoever's writing his Truth Social posts, he only writes like 10% of them or something. Whoever's writing them was bragging like, there's not going to be any lifts. There's not going to be any, buckets to stand on. I forget how he worded it. The wording was dumb, which is also done intentionally. This is all done intentionally because it gives him an up. He gets to appear taller than her on stage. He's the appearance of things is extremely important to Donald Trump, and he knows how to use it. He is extremely talented at using appearances to manipulate situations to get them to be how he wants them to be. The way that he stood behind Hillary in the 2016 debates was not a mistake. It was not an error on his part. He knew exactly where the fucking camera was. He knew exactly where she was. He knew exactly what he was. And he knew exactly what he was doing. And he did it on purpose. And they're not going to be walking around in this debate. They're going to be standing behind podiums. I believe this may be a walk around. I think this is just standing at podiums debate. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Insidious, I was just about to get to that. The biggest thing that annoys him is that he's not debating Joe Biden. He is so mad that he's not debating Joe Biden. Man, he wants to debate Joe Biden. He was stoked to debate Joe Biden. And now he's debating a woman of color who is more successful than he is, whose entire career is around prosecuting criminals like him. And, the appearance thing is very important to Trump. He looks old. She does not. That's how I'm going to say it. He looks old. She does not. But he is aware of that. He is aware of how old he looks, especially in comparison to her, which guess what everybody's going to do tonight is compare the way that he looks versus the way that she looks. Twitter's going to be absolutely lit up with it like a fucking Christmas tree, I'm sure. I don't have Twitter up, of course, because we're doing this. But he is aware of all of these things, and he's good at using them in order to manipulate people to get them to maybe not like him, but get them to support him. So, yes, after the debate, MAGA was measuring the White House drapes again. 100%. 1,000 billion% they were. I thought we were done. I thought the Democrats were about to lose in a landslide. The other thing I wanted to say tonight, and I'm kind of glad you brought that up because I want to say this. If it had been anybody else in the GOP, this would be a very different race right now. This would be a very different race. Anyone else? Nikki Haley, even DeSantis, as awkward as he is. DeSantis, one of the things that he was good at, he's just too awkward to sell it. He's really good at selling fascism as change. He's really good at that. He's really good at, we can make things better through fascism. He doesn't use those words. But he's good at that messaging. He's just not very good at presenting it because he's a very, very awkward person. If it had been him on the national stage, things would have been very difficult for Democrats. I think President Harris could have beat him because she isn't awkward and he is. Haley would have been a different story. Hey, I think Haley would have been hard for her to beat. And because Haley, it'd have been close, man. They're both of them present really well to the center. That's one of the selling points of Kamala Harris is that she moves independence, but I think Haley could have done the same thing. And we would be having very different conversations. And also, any other candidate at the top of the Republican ticket wouldn't be wasting all of the RNC's money on their legal bills. So you'd have money for down ballot races. The GOP, they wrote their own death warrant here. But they can't oust him because if they oust him, a bunch of the base goes with him. And they knew that. The establishment knows, well, if we don't nominate him, how are we going to motivate his base? Because then Trump, that's descriptive. Then Trump would have just railed against whoever the GOP nominee was and would have deflated the vote for them. I don't know. It would have been a mess. Here's how I'll say it. If Trump was just like out of the picture, like if you could just erase Trump from reality somehow, and it was like just Harris versus like other, like Rubio, Haley, DeSantis, like other people at the top of the ticket, it would have been very different. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Azrael. I meant to say that. J.D. Vance was the cocky pick when Trump thought he had in the bag. Yeah. Vance was the I don't care pick. He wasn't going to be the pick. Burgum was going to be the pick. Doug Burgum was the pick until like 15 minutes before the pick was announced. I don't know if you guys knew that. Burgum was the pick, and Don Jr. Talked his dad into J.D. Vance at the last moment. J.D. Vance was like in his car on the way to the RNC when he got the call that he was the vice presidential pick. He was like, I'm the pick? Okay. Yeah, so that's how that went. So Doug Burgum, the governor of oh God. Hold on. No. Kristi Noem is South Dakota. Doug Burgum is North Dakota. Right? I always get them confused. I 100% get Burgum and Noem states confused all the time. I don't remember. It's one of the Dakotas. Well, I don't remember which one. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I don't remember if Burgum's south and Noem's north or... No, Noem is... Fuck. Noem is... South Dakota. I don't remember. I don't remember. I get them mixed up all the time. I don't remember. To pick Abbott? No, he was never going to pick Abbott. I don't think Abbott wanted to be vice president. I think he made some kind of feints in that direction to get some donor money, but I don't think Greg Abbott ever seriously wanted to be vice president. So. Hey, Streamlabs, you're a little aggressive there. What did he even say? What? Streamlabs, what are you talking about? That's not from using foul language. Hold on, Streamlabs. What even? I have the word. Oh, I didn't turn word protection off. I'm sorry. I don't know what. I don't know. Effin? Is that what Streamlabs was mad about? I turned it off, so that won't happen again. I know one of them is when you just say it's North Dakota. That doesn't help me. That doesn't tell me if Burgum is North Dakota, Noem's South Dakota, which is what I think it is. All you said is it's North Dakota. There's 2 Dakotas and there's 2 governors. You're not helping. God. I turned the word protection off, so. Ow. Oh, I think I just spit in my own eye or something. I don't know what just happened. Oh, maybe it was Dick Cheney. Maybe because you said Dick Cheney. Streamlabs was like, don't bring him up. I said on Twitter the other day, and this is a really important question, so I'm posing it to all of you. When you call Dick Cheney a straight shooter, is that an insult or a compliment? Please answer in the chat. Because I can see it both ways. My point is I can see it both ways. I really can see it both ways. Okay. Maya says it's a compliment. That's kind of how I see it. I think you're complimenting him. I think that's a compliment. Yes, Spackle, he was the guy who shot his hunting buddy. That's why he shot him in the face. Supposedly it was an accident. Can't tell you how many times I've accidentally. Burgum is North Dakota. Okay, and Noem is South Dakota. Okay. All right. See, that's what I thought. I got it right. I got it right the first time. Christian Bale is good. That movie was good. It really, really was good. Yeah, I turned the stream. Well, I didn't turn all of the stuff. There's some stuff that Streamlabs isn't going to let certain links be sent. It's protecting against Zalgo text currently, which now I got to think about it. Do I want to protect against Zalgo text or not? Huh. Oh, I'm going to think about that. I don't know if I want to or not. Yeah, Jer, I turned it off, so you can say Dick. You can say Dick Cheney again. As like we're gonna talk about Dick Cheney. We're gonna talk about Dick Tracy. We're gonna talk about Dick Grayson. Probably Dick Grayson's gonna come up in one of our conversations. It's us. We're gonna talk about Dick Grayson. We're gonna talk about Dick. What's another famous Dick? Dick. I'm sure there's more. Anyway. Dick Gregory. That's a good one. That's a good. Dick Durbin. I'm sure we'll talk about Dick Durbin. Dick Durbin's going to come up in like 5 conversations that I can think of off the top of my head. So I turned that off. We can say Dick. You can say Dick in chat now. Dick Army. Sure. Hi, Kitty. Dick, dictators. We're going to talk about dictators. Dickweeds. Sure. Absolutely. So, yeah, I turned that off. We got to be able to say dick in chat. Like, that's not going to work. Hold on. What is Streamlabs? What is this? What? How is this not already authorized? What are you talking about? Yeah, I just said to authorize it. Okay. All right. I don't know why it... Oh, you know why? Because I had to sign into my other Twitch to make sure something was working earlier, and I think it messed it up. All right, let's see if Twidget's feeling any better yet. Can I get the... Here? Do I click this? No, that's not it. I need to click this, and I need to get this, and then I need to open it over here. I'm just live producing. It's really compelling to watch, I'm sure. For you guys, I mean, as audience members... Who wouldn't want to watch me live produce an episode? And like not explain what I'm doing, just be like, oh yeah, and then I'm going to click this, and then I'm going to click here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then click that. Yeah. And then I'll click this. And then I'll click that. Like, that's really compelling. I don't know why I should just do that for an entire stream. That should be an entire, a 6-hour, a 24-hour stream. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. No, see, I don't know why Twidget won't grab YouTube chats. I don't know. It just won't do it. It just refuses. It's got something against you guys. I want to know who pissed Twidget off. Porpoise, was it you? Did you go to Twidget's like math class and like own them at math camp? Because I could see you doing that. Now it won't load at all. What is going on, Twidget? Let's refresh it. Let's refresh the cache. Nope. Now Twidget has completely quit. It won't. Now it's not loading any chats at all. I don't know. Okay. Sometimes you just need a talk about a dickathon. It's true. No, I thought you said a dickathon. Addiction. You need to talk about addiction. Addiction. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I turned it off, but I think maybe I have to hit save. No, I don't have to hit save. Huh. I don't know. There's something in here. There's also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. There's 14 different tabs in here that have different settings. So like there could be some like sub setting within CloudBot that I currently, am not aware of that would still be censoring things. So that could be it too. wow, I really wanted Twidget working during the debate because when you guys said stuff, I was going to put it up on screen. That was like a big thing that I was super excited about doing tonight. And now it's not working. And like, this is super disappointing. I've used Twidget for years. I've never had to do this before. I'm stunned right now. Let's sign out and sign back in. Let's do that. Maybe Twidget needs it needs to refresh my token, maybe? So I'm going to try that. But yeah, that's something I was really looking forward to tonight. Because if you've been here for a while, you know that like my big thing is audience interaction. I love audience interaction. You know, putting your messages up on screen, having you in on Discord. That's like my jam. That's like the reason that I do this, is to interact with you guys. So, and this is like my main tool for doing so. And it just is not, it is just completely given up. What we'll do is I'm going to reload it. I'm going to try only doing the Twitch chat because only the Twitch chat was working earlier anyway, instead of trying to sync the YouTube chat. See if that works. Yep, that's working. So, hey, if you want your messages up on screen, you got to go put them in Twitch chat. I don't know why. It might be some like Google API thing. Maybe it can only grab so many messages before it quits. I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you want your messages up on screen, if that's something you care about, you got to go chat in the Twitch chat. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a break because we're starting in 8 minutes. I'm gonna refresh my water. Let's empty our bladders, our bowels. If you have bowel obstructions, it's time for your laxative. Thank you very much for taking care of me. Go take your laxatives. Go if you need a diaper change. If you need to tighten the bottom things on your walker, this is a good time for that. Get your arthritis medicine on your hands, so you know you can keep typing without that rheumatoid arthritis acting up. And Franklin and I will be right back. Hope you enjoyed some tasty jams. That was Funko Pop. Andrew Stanton over on Soundstripe. Big thanks to Soundstripe for providing our music. Okay, so the debate has not begun, of course. So we are we're muted over there because we're not playing their sounds. But I do want to talk about debate night bingo. So I've got my debate night bingo card. Let's take a look at that. Sure. Okay. So, yes. Can I make it? Can I please? Oh my God. It is literally selecting everything on my screen except for the bingo card. Can I please? Can I select it? Oh my God. It is literally, it's letting me select everything but the bingo card. Nope. Still not. That's still not the bingo card. That is the emote wall. If you're on Twitch, you can put a bunch of emotes in the emote chat or in the chat, and nope. And now it's moving something else. So let me just lock down literally everything except for the bingo card, which is the only thing I care about right now. Okay. Everything is locked except for the bingo card. There we go. All right. So I'm going to make the bingo card bigger so you can read it. Here we go. So here's what we got tonight. We got woke, cat eating, which I was going to talk about cat eating during the pre-show and I forgot. But we were going to talk about that, but we didn't. Just racist thing. JD Vance is a racist. That's the story. Claiming that Haitians are eating cats, but they're not. Caravan, infrastructure, couches. So specifically, I did not choose couch. I chose couches. So if it's couch, that does not count. It only counts if somebody says couches. Now, it can either be in reference to a place to sit, or it can just be like that. Those people couch, that argument couches, yada yada. So it's either usage of the word, but it's got to be couches, not couch. Windmills, again, plural. If it's just windmill, doesn't count. Joe Biden. Now, I put in MAGA, but Make America Great Again does count. It's just that's a lot of words and it wasn't really fitting in the box. So I just put in MAGA, but if he says Make America Great Again, that counts, okay? Rigged, tariff, singular, not plural, tariff. Hannibal Lecter, Tampon Tim, fake news, weird. I think weird will make an appearance tonight. And I don't think that it'll be Vice President Harris who says it. I think it'll be Trump, by the way. TV ratings, they could make an appearance tonight. Ear, just the word ear, could be brought up for different reasons. Marxist, we talked about Marxism earlier. Unfair, nasty woman. I think Trump is going to say nasty woman, and I think it's going to be in reference to Vice President Harris tonight. Russia, racism, which I think is more likely said by Vice President Harris than Trump. Loser, I'm speaking, which again, I think I'm speaking is more likely to be said by Trump than Harris because he's going to try to steal some stuff from her tonight. And then borders are, which Vice President Harris would never say. So that is my debate night bingo card. We're going to see. Now, while the debate's going on, I'm going to keep quiet. I'm not going to do a lot of talking. So I want to put this over here. Okay. And then I can like duplicate this X so I can have more than one X. This needs to be a little bit bigger. Okay. So yeah, so I got my bingo card over here. No X's yet on my bingo card. If you need a blank copy for your own bingo card, there's one in the Discord, and I also put one out on Twitter. So you go follow me, go find me on Twitter, and you can get that. All right, so what do we got here? Mods on Twitch are very nice. They are very, very nice. Mods on Twitch are very nice. Yes, I agree. Wait, is Looper not on the screen? Where's Looper? Or not Looper, I mean Twidget. Twidget's not even on the screen. Whoops. I don't know why Twidget's not on the screen. I can add it. It's fine. Let me take a second. There we go. Okay. And Twidget goes to the top of chat right there. See, the problem is that might hide people. We're going to put Twidget down here. We'll put Twidget at the bottom of me. All right, guys. Here we go. I'm shutting up.
ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision.
Yes, I'm gonna move chat. I was just moving it for a second. Don't
Since
forget
then,
me.
this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
I may pop in,
Kamala
occasionally,
Harris.
but I'm going to try to stay
Something
quiet.
big.
Oh, they actually shook hands.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. we were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
Is that placement
we
of the card
handed
better
them
for you
over
guys?
a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Damn good answer. Wow.
Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country.
Your
it's going to
professors
make
are long
people
dead,
want to
bro.
be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid
fucking
money
80.
for
They're
our,
all dead.
for
What are
our
you talking
country.
about?
Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out.
This is from
when
today.
a policy about China should be
Trump is,
in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born.
The fuck is he talking about?
Okay, and that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important.
Yes,
but we were
Spackle,
able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Thank
Madam
you.
Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade. As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your
Well, I won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress.
It's literally happened.
But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, they you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
Electors right here.
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump,
Knocking
on
him
that
out.
point, I want to get your
Knocking him
Well, I
response.
would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
I'm going to take that as cat
This is what's
eating.
happening in our country.
I'm going to take
and it's
cat
a
eating
shame.
from that.
As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen
Thank
people on
God they
television.
did
Let me just say
Thank
here,
you
this is
so
the
much
People
for
on
doing this.
television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With
military.
local police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals.
Will not be answering the
They
question,
allowed
just let me know.
terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made.
Crime is
Crime
down.
in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump,
It's
as you
literally
know,
not.
the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of
not true.
818,000 jobs that they said they created
Nothing that
turned out
he's
to
saying
be
right
a
now is true.
fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most
He
of them.
sounds so
But those
old.
are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization
Almost
of the
there.
Justice
Almost got
Department.
bingo.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking.
That made me laugh.
My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President
We're going
Trump.
to talk about
First of all, I
fracking
wasn't
during the
given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to
I don't
talk
even know
about
what the
the
fuck you
peaceful
just said.
transfer
I don't
of
know.
power, which, of course, we
It's
all
like
know is
stream
a
of
cornerstone of
consciousness.
our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar.
Literally all he
she
has.
doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning,
all he
"Well,
has
I'm
is
surprised
immigration.
you're not talking
Every
about
answer.
the border yet."
Every answer.
That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was,
His literal words. It's what he literally
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It
did
was
Hannity
debunked
agree
in
with
almost
him?
every
Well
newspaper,
then.
but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these
Throw it in
millions
the
of people
after
to
show.
come
That's what he
through
literally
the
said.
southern
In
border.
the
How
after
come
show,
she's
we'll
not
go over
doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to
She's
do
the
it.
vice
They don't
president.
need bills.
She
They have
can't-
the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are
that
killing many
executive order's
people,
already been
unlike
passed.
J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically. You
But
know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if
He
I got
lost the election.
63, which was what I got in 2016,
These are all lies.
you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections.
And back to immigration.
Our
We're
elections
back to immigration
are
again.
bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country
back to
they're in
immigration.
practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker, we didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you
There are no
Wisconsin,
facts.
and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have
They
so
don't
many
exist.
facts and statistics, but
No,
you
they
know
don't.
what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election
all he's
just
got,
weeks
Gorilla.
away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
He's a dictator.
Smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
what are you talking about?
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
He didn't answer the question.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that
we're gonna talk a lot
Donald
about
Trump
that in the
is
after shows.
weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down.
It's all he's got.
Endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia.
Okay, so in the after show, we're going to be talking. Oh, let me get over to just me, so we're not looking at ads. We're going to be talking about Eat the Rich. We're going to talk a lot about fracking, and we are going to talk a lot about Israel and Gaza. If you weren't here earlier, the reason that I'm only putting messages up on the screen from Twitch is because Twidget is not interfacing with YouTube chat messages. So there's lots of things that you've said in the YouTube chat that I would have loved to put up on the screen, but for whatever reason, it's not working. I will say, yes, Maya, you did say eat the rich 2 hours ago, so it's basically your fault. I will say, and I think everybody's agreeing with me, that she's winning this thing by a freaking landslide right now. I think on every single question he's been asked, he went back to immigration except for one. There's only been one question where he didn't return back to immigration. He sounds so old. Are you guys hearing this? Like how old he sounds. Just he sounds, I don't even know the right word for it. It's not even just tired, but he sounds old. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. It's It's almost disconcerting. It almost feels like, Grampa just needs to be defeated. Yes, he does. He sounds not just old, but defeated. Grampa needs his nap. I don't know. Won't someone save those poor cats and dogs in Wisconsin? No, it's in Ohio. That whole thing is a complete lie. There's one woman that committed some animal abuse. She's an American citizen, but they turned it into this thing that she's a Haitian. I mean, it's a complete lie. Just a complete and utter lie. It's nothing but racism, xenophobia, the normal bigotry that we get from MAGA all the time. It's 100% not true. Yeah, we're going to talk about that too, Spackle. We're going to talk about Roe. Let's actually start with Roe in the after show. I'll let you vote. Do you want to start with Roe in the after show, or do you want to start with fracking in the after show? Those are our topics. We've got Roe, fracking, Gaza, and basically the economy. Whatever you guys want to start with in the after show is what we'll start with. Yeah, because we gotta break down Roe a little bit. Years ago, one of my first streams that we ever did was a breakdown of Roe v. Wade, where we read Roe v. Wade on stream. I mean, it wasn't a very long decision by the Supreme Court. It's pretty easy to understand. But we will we'll go over it again. Yeah, no, Roe won't take long. We're not gonna break down Roe. But if you look through my old streams, if you ever want to get a breakdown on Roe, you can do that. But I want to talk a little bit about the Roe stuff. I don't want to spend more than maybe 15 minutes on it. But yeah, you were there for that. I think that may have been our first Mixer stream, the first stream where we went to Mixer afterwards, actually. That was like one of the first, that was one of the first streams I ever did. Yeah. So we need to talk about it a little bit. I think we'll spend most of our time on Gaza and fracking, though. Those are important ones, and we will also make sure that the Discord is open so that we can be in the Discord together. Because I know people have their thoughts, and I like it when you guys are a part of the show too. So we'll go through a couple of topics. There's just a couple of things I want to say about this stuff. I'll keep it to 15 minutes max, and then we'll turn it into an open Discord, and I'll probably play WoW while we talk, but and we'll stay in the same stream. Like it's not gonna be a new stream. It's all gonna be the same one. So you guys don't have to go anywhere else. And you can watch me on Twitter. You can watch on Twitch. You can watch on YouTube, however you want. Okay, we're back. So let's get back to the debate. Here we go. Oops.
News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for $250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't
to NATO
like me as much as they like
Biden,
weak people.
Actually, this is a complete lie.
You take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect,
that's a good point,
and
too.
what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of the campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on
Damn.
Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually,
What? Yes,
maybe
we
he'll
do.
use him, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it.
Talk about it all the
But just so
time.
you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin. And she did.
That's not
and
what
the war
happened.
started 3 days later.
Vice
And
President?
that's the kind of
She didn't meet
talent
with
we
Putin.
have with
She
her.
met with
She's
Zelensky.
worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them
She's
to
self-censored.
Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the
She meant to say this
role
motherfucker.
and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing
You're
the
an
killing.
idiot.
That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
Syria
I want
was
to
a
move on now
disaster,
to race
too.
and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what
Why
she
did
is.
you?
I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay.
went to
Either
an
one was
HBC.
okay with me. That's up to her. That's
Like-
up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like
He's going to talk about immigration
what
again.
she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
He's
what her plan is until just
completely
recently.
unhinged.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to move on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things,
His
we're going to
brain
do
is
it, and we're going to
spaghetti.
replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until
So he
then,
doesn't
I'd
have
run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and
Concepts
less
of a
expensive.
plan?
And there are concepts and options we have to do that.
fuck does
And
that
you'll be
mean?
hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as Vice President, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been Vice President, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been Vice President, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am President, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China.
The numbers
they're
were
building
revised.
these massive
They were
plants, and
lost.
they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife?
He didn't.
Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate.
There we go. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get bingo. I still need rigged. I cannot believe no one has said rigged. Yeah, I still need to call. I don't think I'm getting bingo. Yeah, if I miss some, you guys let me know. I saw you say that one moment seemed like I'm speaking, but I said it had to be literally I'm speaking, and it had to be Trump who said it. He had to say the words I'm speaking. He didn't say I'm speaking. He was just confrontational about talking. He said I'm talking, I think is what he said. I was super close. I thought I had it at one point. I thought I had rigged at one point, and it didn't. He said rigged? Or he said I'm speaking? He did say I'm speaking? If so, maybe I missed it. Yeah, borders. He did. I don't think he said borders are. He said borders are? Are you sure? Okay. I'll mark it when we get back to that screen. I have to mark it. It's only on that screen, so I have to mark it over there. All right. Yeah. So, you know, again, we're going to talk about this a lot in the after show. He looks like he's melting. He's sweating so much he looks like he's melting. He's got the flop sweat going. He did say I'm speaking. I thought he said I'm talking. All right. I missed it then. Did not say rigged. He did not say rigged. No, I've not heard rigged. I thought he said I'm talking instead of I'm speaking. But yeah, he's melting down. She's got him on the ropes. You know, listen, whenever we do these, I try to be super fair. I really do. I'm sorry I missed the June debate. I try to be super, because after the June debate, I said, you know, I said it on Twitter. I mean, you can go check my Twitter. I didn't like, oh yeah, Biden did a great job. Like, I didn't make it up. I said, you know, that was not a great debate. He looks bad. I think that he's realized that he kept going back to immigration on every question. And he has stopped in the past 30 minutes or so, but he wants to. He really wants to go back to immigration. He is trying so hard to go back to immigration. He's channeling his inner 1960 Nixon. He you know, like I said in the pre-show, he knows he has to attack her because she is the front runner. So he's got to go at her, and he's trying to be careful about it, but he's still Donald Trump, and he's a racist and a misogynist. So it's hard for him. You can tell he wants to call her a nasty woman. I'm really shocked he hasn't. I'm shocked it hasn't come out yet. Or at least he hasn't even used the word nasty from what I've heard. Maybe I missed it. But you can tell he wants to say something more misogynistic, but has not yet. He is rambling. He's rambling really, really, really bad. He's rambling because he's nervous. He knows that she's outshining him right now, and he's aware. You know, again, Donald Trump is ignorant, but he's not unintelligent. he says unintelligent things, but he does it in a way to be crafty. And he knows that right now he's having trouble. He's really having trouble. Yeah, I don't understand why he's going with they're going to confiscate your guns thing. She's a cop. Waltz was in the National Guard. So, like, they're not going to take your guns. Now, they both support a ban on assault rifles or assault weapons. I know. Don't fucking at me. So there's that, but that's not confiscating them. That's just saying, hey, we're going to ban these and you can't have them anymore. But there's no, I don't know. There's not many people advocating a full, ban on all guns. I don't advocate for that. I am not anti-gun. I am anti-assault weapons. I think they're weapons of war. I don't think civilians need weapons of war for any reason. They're not great for home defense. If you wanted home defense, a rifle's not what you'd use. Anyway, debate's back, so here we go.
Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center.
All right, guys. So here's the plan. Let's take a quick break. I gotta pee, honestly. I drank way too much soda. So we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna come back for the after show. I want to get through a couple of things real quick. Then we'll open up the Discord. So if you want to come in, be on the show with me, make sure you're in the Discord. But yeah, for right now, let's just take a real quick break. Use the bathroom, and then we'll come back for the after show. So we'll be right back. Okay, all right. So let's get back to you, because you, in the audience, you're while we're here. So I did not get bingo. Did any of you get bingo on your bingo cards? I do want to know. Also, if you haven't yet, please like the stream. I don't usually care about that stuff, but it helps push it up in the algorithm and everything. So if you could give it a like, I'd appreciate it. Spackle, we're going to get to that, but that's number 4. So number 1, I want to talk about Roe real quick. At no time, nowhere, did Roe ever say anything about anything that happened after birth. Roe did 3 things. First of all, it created the trimester system. First, second, and third trimester, it said that during the first trimester, you could get an abortion if you wanted it. Said during the second trimester, you could only get an abortion for the health of the parent, and that during the third trimester, abortions weren't necessary because the fetus was viable. I was born early. I was born about 6 weeks early during the third trimester because I was viable. My mother was having some health issues. She was diabetic. I had to be pulled out earlier. I spent the first few weeks of my life in an incubator. What Donald Trump and Republicans are referring to is when fetuses are born and have some sort of fatal health issue. Is it moral to keep the baby alive as long as possible, even though it's suffering, or to not give it that care? And should parents have the right to make that decision? I believe that they should. I don't believe that the government should have anything to do with that decision whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. That decision, like all decisions about health, should only be between the person needing the care, their healthcare providers, and their families. So, this whole lie it gets on my nerves because Roe had nothing to do with anything that happened after birth, ever. It's not in the document. If you've never read the document, we did an old stream on Roe v. Wade years ago. You can go watch it. It's one of the first streams I ever did. Fracking. I hate fracking. I hate fracking. Said at the beginning of the show, there is no perfect candidate. My perfect candidate would be against fracking. On the other hand, I understand that there are plenty of jobs and local economies that are based around fracking, and that ending fracking would be economically difficult for those communities. So I understand. Like I cannot like fracking and still be cognizant of these things. I hate fracking. I wish that fracking was ended. The truth of the matter is that we have a lot of local economies that are based around successful fracking operations. So if we end fracking, we have to have something. We can't just be like, okay, fracking, you're gone now. We have to have something because we have to be economically viable. So I get that. Next step, Gaza. I've made my point before. Gonna make it again. I am an advocate for the Israeli people. I am an advocate for the Palestinian people. Hamas is a terror organization. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. The leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah that are in Qatari are war criminals. They deserve to be arrested, prosecuted. Hamas is not good for the Palestinian people. It is dangerous. It is harmful to the Palestinian people. On the other hand, Israel has not been careful enough in the way that they fought against Hamas. Hamas hides military personnel and military material right next to civilians, so that when the IDF takes those things out, civilians die, and Hamas can be like, "Oh, look, we're the victims." So the blame needs to be on Hamas. Hamas invaded Israel. Israel responded, and Hamas repeatedly puts Palestinians up as human shields so that they can make themselves out to be the victims. Hamas is evil. They're terrorists, and I have zero remorse at all for Hamas. I have all the remorse for the Palestinian people that are being abused, targeted, and used by Hamas as human shields, so that they can play the victim. So that's my stance on Gaza. And then finally, I just wrote economy. What did I want to say about the economy? Maya, you can come in. We can talk about that. Let's not say Israel. Let's say IDF. Let's say IDF tactics. Let's not say Israel. Okay. We got to pull that back a little bit. What did I want to say about the economy? I don't know what I want to say about the economy. So, yeah, it's not a popular position for progressives. I am different from most progressives on my stance on Israel and Palestine. I am far more towards the center. I'm a fan of peace. I want peace. All right. No one's talking about this. Exactly. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's get in the Discord. If you want to talk to me, there is a voice channel called After Show Voice, which I am now in. And if you would like to come be on stream with me, all you have to do is get in the Discord, jump in After Show Voice, and you can talk. Here's the thing, though. Just make sure that when you're speaking, you give room for other people too. We don't want just one person coming in like dominating the conversation for a long time. So let's be respectful of each other's times. Each other's time. I've been joined. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
A little infuriated. Proud of Kamala. I think she did an excellent
hold on.
job.
I've got to turn you down. Okay, speak again.
Sorry.
No. It's not you. It's on my end. So it's not your problem. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. You're fine.
So yeah, no. I think Kamala did an excellent job.
Mm-hmm.
He was definitely sweating and malding.
Yes. Molting.
Malding, like so mad you're balding.
I'm saying he was also molting. I'm saying he also.
Oh yeah, that
too.
molting. And sweating, and he looked really constipated.
He did. His dentures got a little thick in his mouth a couple of times too.
Yeah. But I honestly thought you were going to get bingo. I really did.
I was super close, guys. I was so super close. I will The problem is that the way that it is right now, it's a bunch of different images. So tomorrow I'll take it and group it together, and I'll put it up on Twitter about how close I was to bingo. Did you have a bingo card?
No, I honestly had a long day and I got my flu shot today, so I'm just feeling a little bit tired.
Yeah. I'm very curious if anybody did get bingo. Hi, Spackle.
Hello.
Give us what's your feelings? How'd you feel about the debate? While I fire up World of Warcraft here.
I felt like she was confident, control, not right there, already like part of the debate.
Yeah.
That confidence, knowing what you're talking about, feeling confident what you're talking about. She was not spinning out of control. She was not overreacting. She wasn't getting triggered. Like that right there is part of debate and rhetoric, right? And then the rest comes back. She was much better at facts than he was. Everything that he has done has been rhetoric. I can't think of very many facts except for maybe the Afghanistan poll. I think that's the only thing I thought, well, that's kind of true.
Yes.
Other than that, like everything else, I can't think of a true thing he said. I really can't.
Yeah, I said on Twitter today, or no, I said it yesterday. I said it to Representative. Oh my God, Jasmine. Oh my God, what's her last name? Oh my God, I'm tired. I'm so tired. Representative Jasmine. Oh my God, what is her last name? Oh Jesus. Anyway,
I would have to look it up.
Crockett?
Crockett, thank you. Representative Crockett. I said that I thought she was going to have to do double duty tonight. She was going to have to deal with a torrential liar while, respond to all of his lies while also making her points. I'm very thankful that David and Kirsten were offering pushback on his lies. It's difficult because he'll make a statement and he'll lie like 20 times in one statement. And so it's hard for a moderator to respond to all 20 lies and then ask a question. So I understand that they're in a tough spot, but I thought they did all right, honestly. Could have been worse.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that they offered at least some pushback. I mean, he was kind of gish galloping all over the place and just, yapping along.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I really do appreciate the way Kamala brought up choice, and even the moderators gave pushback that there's no such thing as terminating a pregnancy after birth. That just doesn't happen. And as somebody who over a decade ago had terminated a pregnancy, and in the state of Florida, where I was forced by law to undergo an invasive transvaginal ultrasound that was not necessary. It was literally just to make it as uncomfortable and violating as possible before I could have the procedure done. I had just escaped an abusive marriage. I was not in any way able to be a parent at that point in time.
Right.
I have no regrets about that, but it's when you take away the rights, it's not just people in my position. It's people who can't handle a pregnancy on their bodies. It's people that didn't want the pregnancy because it was a non-consensual act. It's children that are getting abused. There's just there are so many different stories of different people. And I like that she brought up the fact that, even in Life of the Mother exceptions, they literally have to be bleeding out because there's, that fear put into the medical practitioners that we need to wait until you are right at the brink of death before we can actually intervene because we don't want to risk going afoul of the law. Even when you have those exceptions, it's not good enough and people still end up infertile or dead.
Yeah. So you lose the use of your uterus, you know what I mean? People have, there was one where the only way around it was for them to take out the uterus and the baby.
Oh, God.
They had to do both in order to get around it. I remember reading about it going, oh my gosh, so now not only do you lose your child, but now you're guaranteed that you'll never have your child. Like, you know, courtesy of a stupid law. And
right.
It's an overstep. And I'm somebody that, I know that Pro Liv, you wanted to debate at one point abortion with me, and I was like, no thanks, because it's really one of my least favorite subjects. And it's in part because of situations like Kitty, where I'm very empathetic, and I think that there's some situations where people are in dire need of healthcare choices that I dare not step on, and I dare not for them.
Sure.
But I also, I have a stance of being personally pro-life. Most stances, if I was in a pregnancy that was unexpected or I didn't particularly want, I would probably try to find a way to have a kid. I don't need to make that decision for every other woman. So technically, I'm a pro-choicer, but I veer pro-life responsibilities, if that makes sense.
Sure.
And there is a lot of people like that are not, yay, let's cheer for abortion. There's some weird people that are online that are like, let's celebrate my abortion. That's strange. That is really strange. But what I will say is that for the most part, there's a lot of people like that are like, abortion is necessary, it's needed. And the way that I think I am the most pro-life is by supporting things like birth control and contraceptives, sex ed. Oh, the other things that Republicans are attacking right now. You know, like the other things that prevent this stuff from happening as well.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And so like, you don't have to have an extreme stance to be like, no, I'm not too keen on abortion, but at the same time, it's a judgment that each person has to make, and I'm not willing to tell somebody they ought to give their kidney to somebody to save their child. If we're not doing that, then why are we doing the other? Like, we don't force parents to give up a kidney to save their child, do we?
Not normally, no.
Siblings. Yeah, we don't force that, because why? Bodily autonomy? Is that why? We don't just rent bodies to each other? So like, I mean, there's a lot of arguments of why we have abortion as a possibility, and incest, abuse, unwanted pregnancies. Are we going to make people who are drug addicts that don't want a child, that are going to abuse their child, neglect their child, starve their child, give their child drugs by accident? Are we going to get those kids to have kids and then go, oh, well, shucks, it's a shame that happened. Like that is what we're looking at. We have 500,000, you can fact check me, 500,000 kids in foster care right now. That is with record low abortions, because we didn't need them because people are using contraception. Record high contraceptive use. And we have that many kids in foster care. How many more are we going to have? How many more kids are we going to have? Who's going to take care of them? Who's going to feed them? You know, like, and I'm not saying their life's not worth anything, because again, I'm a party crasher kid myself. I was adopted. I'm very sympathetic to party crashers, but my point is that those same pro-life people don't have a plan for those kids.
They don't.
They don't.
Nope. And you know, you brought up a couple of really good points. You know, because I'm pro-choice, I respect the choices of people that also be like, I would never have an abortion. Like I respect that too. I respect both choices. You know, I think one of the traps that we get into, those of us who are pro-choice, we don't understand that what most people mean when they say, I'm against abortion, what they mean is, I'm against abortion being used as birth control. They may not realize that that's what they mean, but that's what they mean. And that's why they'll be like, oh, well, this is about women who can't keep their legs closed. And you're like, no, this is about like 10-year-old incest. Like, what are you talking about? Like, how is because you're communicating different ideas. And the people that are saying, oh, well, abortion shouldn't be used as birth control, then you say, well, so a 10-year-old incest victim should then be forced to have their baby? There's a good portion of them, not all of them, unfortunately. There's a good portion of them who say, well, no, I believe in exceptions. Of course you do, because you're pro-choice, because that's the rational position most people have for a lot of these exceptions. There's very few people that are like going around like, oh, I'm so excited I get to have an abortion. Now, there may be people that say, oh, thank God I can have an abortion because I can't afford a baby right now, or because I was the victim of rape, or for a lot of different reasons, they're thankful that they can get abortions. But there's very few people that are like excited to be getting an abortion, if that makes sense. It's a different, and I'm not saying you said that. I'm just, I just want to make this illustration.
Yeah.
I
I know, Kitty. Like I know your situation because you told me it.
Sure.
And I'm so empathetic to you. Like I think that maybe if I was in your position, maybe in an abusive marriage like that, I might make that same choice. Like I'm not meaning it in a when I say I don't prefer abortion, I don't mean it in a holier than thou. And so that's why I'm always a little hesitant in this conversation, because the last thing I want to do is stick a needle in someone's grief. You know what I mean?
Right.
Your feelings are valid, and you have the decency to respect that what you would choose for yourself may not be what another person would choose, but you will let them make that decision. And I appreciate that. I will say one thing, like the comment about like celebrating and shouting out your abortion. I do want to offer a little bit of pushback on that, just because while some of them, it might be that they're not quite, right in the head. I do know a lot of people in situations like mine that have had abortions that want to kind of remove some of the stigma about it, because it's something that you're not supposed to talk to. So the idea of the initial idea of shout out your abortion wasn't to celebrate you had one, but more so say, hey, this is what happened to me. This is my story. This is what I experienced. Right. And it's about destigmatizing and raising awareness to all the different paths that would lead someone to make that decision.
Sure. And, I just want to... Sometimes I feel like people don't believe me when I say that we have like a really diverse community where we don't always agree on everything. But we literally have a really diverse community where we don't always agree on everything. And we can just sit here and like talk about stuff. And this is like... I just love this right now, and I'm just so glad that we can just have this conversation like adults do about things that aren't agreed on, and we can just say, well, here's how I feel. And everybody can be like, oh, well, I respect that.
You mean having an adult conversation where you can agree to disagree at the end and not sling ad hominem attacks at one another?
Oh my God, it's amazing, isn't it?
It's so novel.
It's so different. It's so different. But yeah, and the whole idea, I talked about this the other night, but like, if Jehovah's Witnesses gained power and were like, no one's allowed to have blood transfusions because that's what we believe religiously, I think most people would be like, well, that's crazy. Because that's just your religious beliefs. And like, if that's your religious beliefs, totally respect it, but it's insane that you could just put your religious beliefs on me because maybe I want to have a blood transfusion because I'm going to die if I don't. But the fact that you have all of these Christian evangelicals, even some of them self-admitted Christian nationalists, that, just say, oh, well, no one's going to have an abortion anymore because we decided. And that's like somehow okay. I just want to share that with you guys, see what you guys got to say about that.
I would say it's great that your religion tells you what you can and cannot do, but your religion doesn't get to tell me what I can and cannot do.
Yeah.
Yeah. As an atheist, and I would say mild anti-theist, like, I don't have a problem with an individual's personal religious beliefs. Like, do you, boo? I do not care, so long as you're not forcing it on others, and so long as it's not, like, being detrimental to others. Like, if it requires virgin sacrifices, all right, maybe I might have a little bit of an issue with that. But, as long as no one's being harmed, I don't care. My issue is mostly with the organizational structure of churches and using it. I mean, essentially, like, just look at the Southern strategy and getting together the evangelical voting bloc and the racists to essentially bolster up the conservatives. Like, that bothers me. The fact that they want to legislate their morality and their religious beliefs bothers me. But on an individual level with individual people, whatever you want. Like, I volunteered even as a pagan when I was in high school. I volunteered at a local church because every Friday night they would do something they called the Well, where they had adult supervision. They opened the kitchen and they had a rec room with games and video game consoles. Sometimes the youth pastor, who was in a little Christian rock group, would do live shows, and it gave a safe place for teens to congregate. They could get food for cheap, they could hang out with others, and it was in a safe environment. And I liked that. Even if I didn't believe what they believed, I liked what they were doing there, giving a place for, you know, kids to be kids and,
Right.
and go out and socialize in a safe environment.
Yeah, I think that's important, that, you know, we can separate the two, you know, because I completely, I could have said the exact same thing. I don't care what somebody, you know, wants to do with their life as long as it's not hurting someone else. That's their business. I don't care. But the fact that they could legislate from the pulpit, that they could impose their religious beliefs on me, that I have to live by their religious beliefs when I don't share their religion. I don't find their religious beliefs valid. Now, I respect that they have that religion, and if that's what they believe, then I respect it, but I don't agree to it. I have different religious beliefs completely. And one of the big things my religion believes is to leave other people the hell alone. You know, harm none.
You're a Taoist, right?
I am, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. And, you know, a big part of Taoism is that Taoism isn't for everyone. Not everybody wants to learn to master themselves, and that's okay. The search for personal mastery is a personal one. It's your trip, and no one can tell you how fast it's supposed to go or how slow it's supposed to go or anything, because it's your journey. It is the Tao. It is the way. If it were any other way, it wouldn't be the Tao. So yeah.
I can't resist. This is the way.
This is the way.
That's what I immediately thought of too. This is the way.
This is the way.
So you know, on the subject of religion and politics,
Sure.
that's an interesting thing. So like that's come up in a few different circles, and I have used where there's positive impacts of religious people getting political, and I know, like, first and foremost, Martin Luther King Jr. Was championing for Black people, religion, no matter what, right?
Right.
That being said, he masterfully used Christian rhetoric, masterfully. He used the Good Samaritan masterfully, and I am now seeing a lot of Christian left on TikTok, a lot of Christian left on Twitter that are pushing back and using the Bible and say, look, as Christians, these are the values that Christ taught.
Right.
And these are the values that you say the quote-unquote Christian party, by the way, there's no Christian party,
No.
quote-unquote Christian party, like the GOP has been for a long time arm twisting evangelicals to vote right, even if their sensibilities are leaning left.
Yeah.
I know a lot of evangelicals that have very left-leaning sensibilities about welfare.
Sure.
That they vote right because they feel hamstringed by the abortion debate. And there's a lot of that, and they love it, and they just like they go so far as to say, you're not a real Christian if you're voting left, you're antichrist. Like, I mean, they really, really, really stick it to you. There's the Gospel Coalition, there's all the Falwell stuff that's happened.
Yeah.
Like on and on. Franklin Graham, very highly political, arm twisting. And so what now I'm seeing more and more of, particularly this election, is Christians going, you don't own Christianity. Jesus is not part of the GOP, and stop it. And the problem with the Christian left is Christian left, moderate, and progressives aren't really overly trying to legislate from the pulpit because they believe in separation of church and state. And so that's why you don't hear from them as much, but you're hearing from them now because they're like, you don't get to use this rhetoric and put Jesus on a Bible signed by Trump and use that idolatry. And so you're starting to see a little more pushback finally. And I think, unfortunately, it's needed. I understand in an ideal world we want to be secular. But we also have millions of Christians in this country that really, 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 really have a belief system. And they believe out of their belief actions flow. And that includes voting. And so sometimes you have to speak the language to get through to the people. And I know that sounds like a weird way to put it, but I think, like, again, an example would be Martin Luther, who knew how to do that very well. So it's not ideal, and I don't think there is a Christian nation. I don't think that there is a Christian party. But what I do think I'm loving right now is more and more Christians going, you don't own Jesus.
Right.
Stop that, and I'm appreciating.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that, when you say to somebody, oh, well, I think that kids should get lunch, like kids shouldn't be starving at school. A lot of people are like, yeah, oh yeah, I totally agree. And then some pastor is like, well, you can't vote for that. That's leftist, communist ideology. And they're like, oh, that's communist? And so it's like, exactly what you said. I saw this this pastor, I forget his name, but he said that pastors who don't politic from the pulpit are soft, and you should be at your pulpit as a pastor pushing Trump, and if you don't, you're just soft. And
there's a lot of them.
Yeah. I saw one specifically on Twitter. I don't remember if it was yesterday or today, but this migration away from Christian values that I respect. By the way, guys, I may not be a Christian, but I respect the values of Christ, the values of loving each other and treating your neighbor as you would treat yourself, and feeding the hungry and clothing the naked. I mean, all the stuff that Christ talked about, that's great stuff. I'm 100% behind all that stuff. Modern evangelicalism doesn't care about any of it.
Nope, it's something different.
I will also offer up that it's, well, granted, now we're talking the 1970s, but it's still relatively recent that even evangelicals were not as dogmatically anti-abortion as they are now.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
There was a poll done in 1970, and the Baptist Sunday School Board found that the majority of Southern Baptist pastors supported abortion in a number of instances, including when the women's mental or physical health was at risk, or in cases of rape or fetal deformity.
Because that only makes sense.
Like, that's Roe. That's right. They basically supported Roe until Roe came out, and then all of a sudden it was like, oopsie daisy.
Guys,
well, you know why that is? That's Jerry Falwell's fault. That is all Jerry Falwell, largely.
Mostly, yes. But originally...
It also coincided with civil rights, and they needed a different wagon to hitch their horse to galvanize the base.
Well, Kitty, you said during the stream... Roe was the compromise position, and it was. Roe was not the leftist, super dem, socialist position. Roe was the compromise. Just like the Affordable Care Act was the compromise. It was that's where we ended up after people said, no, I'm not going to support anything super radical, because abortion has always been a part of our lives. Abortion's in the Bible.
Yep, Numbers 5.
The bitter waters.
Right. Benjamin Franklin, in multiple issues of his newspapers, wrote about how to induce abortions, because sometimes, it's morbid to say this, but sometimes your slaves needed to have an abortion because they were having trouble having their baby, and you needed to induce an abortion in your slaves so that your slaves didn't die. Very morbid.
That's awful.
I'm sorry.
That-
I hate it too.
Yeah.
Like I hate saying it.
Now that's going to be an argument for them. They will grab that ball and run with it.
Absolutely.
The mandatory racist abortion. And then you know what they'll do? They'll take it and go, the Democrats have targeted minorities with their abortion.
Oh, of course.
So that would just hand them the ball. I wouldn't recommend using that argument.
I mean, it's not really an argument. It's just a fact. Like that was a thing that used to happen.
I know. And it's awful. It's awful because it's still taking away autonomy, right?
It's like the worst thing that you could possibly imagine. That wasn't the only reason that you would have abortions, but that was a common reason why abortion medicine and stuff was available. So this idea that abortion has been, always like the Christians have always been against it or something. It's just not true. It's demonstrably false, in fact. And the lie, the scurrilous lie, that anyone, anywhere, is advocating for babies to be murdered after they're born is fucking vile. There's no one that's advocating for that. No one. Unless there's some insane person somewhere maybe is advocating for it, and it's a crowd of one.
So you know what I have seen, and this is awful, and I'm gonna just briefly put a trigger warning in because it is awful. It is truly awful. And what you just said was awful too, but I will say that being that I worked in church for years, and I had a lot of church friends, I had a lot of staunchly super pro-life friends, like ones that would just be pro-life to the end. It wouldn't matter why.
Sure.
And I watched two couples endure very horrendous pregnancies. And both of their children were born, suffered one for 72 hours, one for a week. And they just wouldn't listen to the doctors. The doctor said, I would abort because it would save you pain and the baby pain in the long run. And the issues were just not viable in the sense that, your baby's going to survive being born and will die very slowly and painfully. And you're going to struggle trying to make this baby comfortable. And they just would pray for a miracle and that God would intercede. And, one baby's born without a cranium and half of a brain and dies in 7 days. Another baby is born with a sternum that won't expand and allow the baby to breathe, and they suffocate really slowly. Like these are really serious things that you go, would it be more merciful and kind to give a child a quick death than to make them suffer worse than we make animals suffer? We treat animals better than we do humans when they're suffering in that way. And in that case, I'm not saying I'm for afterbirth executions as Trump puts it.
No one is.
But what I would say is that would have been probably less painful to end the pregnancy early, as soon as they knew.
Sure.
And they knew pretty early on. And I blame that extra suffering from the rhetoric that we're hearing and from the arm twisting and the whole abortion is murder from conception. It's the Jews didn't believe that the soul was imbued in the body until you took your first breath before.
Oh, really? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Also, going back to Jewish law, if you beat up a pregnant woman and she dies, then that's murder. But if you beat up a pregnant woman and she miscarries, then you just pay a fine for property damage because the child is not considered a person until it takes its first breath.
That's terrible. I want to talk real quick while we're on this topic. The statement that Trump likes to make. He likes to talk about the former governor of Virginia said that the baby should be killed, whatever. The former governor of Virginia was in a debate and was asked a gotcha question. And the question surrounded, I don't remember the question specifically, I'm sorry, but was asked a gotcha question, specifically to try and make him appear to be in a bad light. And he didn't handle it well. But basically the question was, you know, are you in favor of, you know, children being murdered after birth if they're not gonna survive, right? If they have the problems that Spackle was talking about a second ago. And what he said was, you know, we're going to stand there. We're going to see if the baby can survive. And if the baby can't survive, then, you know, there's no reason to try to keep it alive. That was what he was trying to say. And he didn't word it really well. And Republicans have used it for, God, it was like 20 years ago at this point. It was a long time ago that this happened. Right. But Republicans have used it since to say that Democrats want to murder kids. Not even kids, but babies. And I just wanted to bring that up. Like, I just wanted to reillustrate where that story comes from. That's all.
It's and that's important. And I think what he means is more akin to when somebody's been on a ventilator and they don't have any brain waves. And they're just like physically breathing, and they're tough on the machine. You know they're sending suffering. They're 99% not coming back from it. Do you keep this zombie vegetable, or do you give them the dignity to pass on and hopefully go through the better life that you believe in if you're a Christian?
Right, absolutely.
You know,
When I left to investigate your Dollarans crash.
So I've got the quote.
Okay.
He was given a hypothetical example of what could happen if a mother whose fetus had severe deformities or wasn't otherwise viable requested an abortion while in labor.
Right.
And he said, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother of basically implying, like, would we keep trying to resuscitate it until we cannot resuscitate it any longer?
Right. And that's what he should have said. What you just said, the way you just reworded it, is what he should have said. And unfortunately, how does it say when that was?
It was a 2019 radio interview.
Oh, I thought it was a lot. I thought it was way before that. Okay. I thought it was like 2009. Okay. All right. Well, my sense of time is fucked up. Anyway, that's what he should have said, right? The way that you reworded it is how he should have said it. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate the way that he worded it, because it's now being used against pro-choice people. And
it's not that hard to determine what he was trying to say or what he was saying. Like,
sure.
Yeah, and then a discussion would ensue, like, after, if they want the child resuscitated,
yes,
you know, they would do that and then have the discussion. Like,
yes, but you're not
what it is.
But you're not a bad actor looking for reasons to be a bad actor on the abortion on the abortion argument. I mean, that's the difference.
It's the same people that are like, oh my gosh, they want universal health care. They're going to have death panels. They're going to decide if you live or die.
Right. They're like,
said during the debate, we already ration healthcare in this country. You have to pass the wallet biopsy before you can get care, unless it's life or death, and then you get saddled with medical bills and medical debt that you cannot afford to pay.
Right. I want to talk about this a little bit. So for those who don't know, I am literally licensed to sell health insurance. Now, I sell very little health insurance. I have a health insurance license specifically because you have to have it to sell some life insurance type products. My main business is life insurance, especially life insurance that allows you to put together retirement savings. That's literally what I do all day long. But I also have a health insurance license, and I do sell some health insurance on the side. I am a fan of public health care. I want universal health care with a private option, where if you want to buy private insurance, you can buy it. There's no reason why we can't have both at the same time. And it's the exact same thing that Vice President Harris has said she wants. She wants a very strong public option with a private option. That's what she's always said. That's what she's always said. And this idea that somehow she's flip-flopped into something, it was one of the reasons why in 2019, 2020, I was more a fan of Elizabeth Warren than I was Vice President Harris, because Vice President Harris was more in line with the public option at the time. So this whole idea that she's somehow changed her tune or something on it, is not true. She's always been a fan of this. I'm a fan of it. My opinion has actually changed. I'm now a fan of having both. I was not at the time. I am now. Hey, people can change their opinions on things with new information and different perspectives. It's really weird. So I just wanted to bring that up. The whole idea that she's somehow changed from what she used to believe in regards to healthcare is just not true.
On the topic of healthcare,
Sure.
Going back to before the Affordable Care Act, before Obamacare, when you had lifetime caps, you could be, denied coverage for pre-existing conditions. I have a pre-existing condition. My kid, when he was born, would have met the lifetime cap before he left the NICU. Even in the Affordable Care Act system, because of a technicality, the insurance company got out of paying the bill, even though maternity and delivery and all of that was covered.
Right.
But because the hospital I had my son in didn't have a NICU facility high enough level to keep him alive, he had to be taken to the children's hospital. And they're like, oh, even though it was an ambulance ride to the children's hospital, that counts as a separate stay, so that's not actually covered. $130,000
Jesus Christ.
to keep my kid alive because of that.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why I stopped selling health insurance really at all. I mean, I do sometimes, some cases for some clients, like when they're retiring and they need health insurance for a little while because they retired early and they can't qualify for Medicare yet. But a lot that I do now is hospital indemnity plans for that exact reason, because the hospital indemnity plan just pays you. And they don't really ask what it's for. Now, hospital indemnity plans aren't great when you're having a baby and you have complications. They aren't great for that. But they're good short-term, a short-term solution between retirement and Medicare, something like that. When you don't have health conditions that you need specialists for and that sort of thing. My point is they're very narrow products and not everyone's right for them. But yeah, and it's for those kinds of reasons, because I remember I sold a policy to a family. It was just temporary. It was for 3-4 months. They needed some temporary insurance, and so I got them a temporary plan. And one of their children has mental health issues. That's all I need to say. And needs to see a mental health professional regularly and get their prescriptions refilled. And the health insurance company, after we had gotten them the policy that said that they had coverage, decided that, or they tried to say that the specific health condition, mental health condition that this person had, who was not a minor, this person was over the age of 18. They needed to go to a different doctor than the doctor they'd been seeing. So
yeah, they can dictate that. That's wild.
Well, we fought back. So we fought back. We got everything handled. I'll just let you know. Your old pal got everything handled, okay? We had a happy ending here. But they tried.
Yeah.
And the other provider that they tried to make them go to was 2.5 hours away. There was a bunch of reasons. And this particular health problem that they suffer from gives them a lot of it can be difficult for them to travel anywhere. And that's why they like their close provider, because it's close to where they live. And anyway, it was a real mess, and that was one of the last policies I've ever sold, because it was just such a mess And it was embarrassing for me to be like, oh yeah, here you go. You've got some coverage. It's going to help you out. And then the insurance company would be like, well, no. Actually, I got other ideas.
So I have United Healthcare, and I'm not a big fan. I'll tell you that. But what I'll say is, like, I met their deductible, and then you move to co-insurance, and that is still really expensive.
Yes, co-insurance is usually quite expensive. Yes.
And so, like, I had an emergency surgery where I turns out, surprise, endometriosis. For years, I'd go to the doctor going, I don't feel well, I had miscarriages, and they would just basically tell me I'm crazy. Well, it turns out I have endo, and it's, like, spread all over. That's great. Well, one of the things that it did was it destroyed my ovary about a year ago, right?
Sure.
So I went in, and the arm wrestling fight with insurance over this to get my surgery covered, and like it was just a pain.
Yeah.
And then similarly, when I had COVID, I got diagnosed with an autoimmune disease. They're like, is it long COVID? Is it autoimmune? We don't know what this is. So they did a PET scan, because some of the things that were coming up, they're like, they just wanted to rule out pretty serious stuff, and also maybe figure out what's going on. A PET scan.
Oh! I thought you said a CAT scan. I was like, why are they doing a CAT scan?
No.
Okay.
A PET scan. So it's like a MRI, but they inject you with something.
Right.
And the insurance company tried to completely bat that away and say that wasn't necessary and refuse it, and that was going to be $50K out of my pocket, and I'm like, I do not have that, and that was a fight.
Sure.
And it's just wild to me that they can try to dictate like what care we get. Like, you could go to a therapist and say, hey, I'm going to see this therapist, but if your therapist doesn't bill under cognitive therapy and they're analytical or they're somatic or they're some other field, the insurance company doesn't want to cover it because they think CBT will crank you out and put you back in the worst workforce. And they've decided that's the only way to go. And they misuse the DSM-5, which was never supposed to be used for insurance purposes the way they do, but they misuse it. And everybody that I know that's gotten into counseling, that are in psychology, and I know a few, like they all say the same thing, which is we have to play a game where we word everything in terms of cognitive therapy, otherwise your insurance won't cover it.
Yeah, that was basically, I don't want to reveal anything, but the situation was very similar. It was about how things were.
Track the Nerubians to a burrow.
It was about the logistics of things. Let's just say that. So yeah. And I think one of the great things about making the Affordable Care Act as strong as it has been is that a lot of those kinds of things back in the day, they could just deny your ass. They could just
you
deny
had acne when you were 15. Now the skin cancer that you have at 30, well, you had a pre-existing condition of acne, so we're not going to cover your cancer treatment.
Bullshit like that. And it's like, what are you talking about? Because I went to a dermatologist when I was 17. What are you talking about? But that was
it's because insurance companies are a business, and business has a profit motive.
Yes.
And you cannot have something where people's lives are on the line have a profit motive.
Yep. And I will tell you, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That money's not going to the salesperson selling it to you. I will tell you that right now. No one's in health insurance for the money. The commissions are not very, very good. So that money's not going to, I mean, they're very low, okay?
Doesn't even go to care. It goes to CEOs, shareholders, etc.
A couple of years ago, I actually there's a special course, certification course you have to go through to sell on the public exchange. So I wanted to do that one year. I was like, okay, I'm going to sell Affordable Care Act policies. And
then let's get started.
I was on they have like a local listing. So during open enrollment, you can go on there and you can say, let me find an agent in my area that I can talk to. And I would, people would call me or text me and be like, yeah, I need to get this, handled. And then I'd help them out. the way they did that was it was a set amount. So it didn't matter how much you paid per month, or if you paid nothing per month, I would just get a set commission. You know, every time I think it was, I want to say it was $75. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember exactly how much it was, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't like I was getting, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars. If you do the math, you had to sign up a lot of people every month to make a living when it was less than $100. I think it was 75. I don't remember exactly how much. Anyway, it wasn't something that was super lucrative, but I liked the work because I was able to help people that really needed it. I mean, if you need to get on the public option, you're probably not, you know, you're middle class at best. I mean, the Obama administration, you know, it wasn't great. The Biden administration made some changes so that there's more money available now. You can have a little bit higher of an income and still qualify, especially if you have more than 2 kids. But the wherever that money's going, my point is it's not going to the salesperson that you're talking to. So, you know, that's why I like a public option, because there's a lot of people out there that need care, that either believe they can't afford it or are afraid to have. Nobody likes talking to a salesperson. Nobody's like, oh, can't wait to call my insurance person today to talk about insurance. You know, and a lot of people put off getting care because they don't want to have a conversation with a salesperson, because they don't want to feel, for all the reasons you don't like talking to salespeople for any damn thing. You don't want to be talked into buying something. No one likes that very much. And having a public option where you don't even have to go through that has proven that literally just more people will sign up for insurance because they don't have to go through that. They don't have to worry about talking to a salesperson. They don't have to worry about the pre-existing conditions. They don't have to worry about paying for care when they just want to be healthy. They just want their family to be safe, to have, you know, the mental health care that they need when they need it. And people need mental health care. It's not, you know, it's not something that you get for funsies. So this whole idea that, you know, Trump is going to magically come up with a healthcare plan. I mean, they asked him about his healthcare plan. He started talking about immigration again for like the fucking 10th time in a row.
Well, I'll tell you what, we won't have those guys on it.
Yeah, and it's
like you know, like it's what?
And you know, there is a like, I guess, an argument to be, I mean, not a valid argument, but an argument to be made that, like, oh, well, if we have a public option, it'll be more expensive for everyone else because, you know, immigrants will be able to take advantage of the system or something. Again, I'm not saying that's a valid argument in any way, shape, or form, but that's an argument that I have seen people make, you know, and get some traction out of it. Let's just say that. Again, not a valid argument because that's not how the public system works or would work.
Well, I mean, didn't even the Cato Institute say that, like, if we switch to, like, a single-payer, like, Medicare for all type system, that it would save trillions over 10
literally
years?
Trillions of dollars.
And part of that is because if people have coverage and they have low to no co-pays, then they're going in for preventative care. And it's
Yes.
that whole a stitch in time saves 9.
Right.
You know, if you can treat something early on, it is much less invasive, much better prognosis, and much less expensive.
Yes.
Than if you wait until things are so dire, you have no choice but to go in. And at that point, you already have stage 4 cancer instead
Right.
of it being something that you could have been treated for and had a good chance of surviving if caught early on.
And if you're just a dirty capitalist and that's your whole thing, healthy people contribute more to the economy. So it literally helps everyone to make everyone healthy. So if
Healthy
what you're worried
people
about,
save you on sick time at work.
Sure,
Like every time
sure.
we go to be sick.
Yeah,
it
there's
takes
tons
time.
of reasons why you'd want to support this. And I want to say, because I don't want to get it twisted here. I'm a person that would be in favor of people who are here, undocumented migrants, being able to get health care, because you don't want healthy people in your country. Like I'm a fan of that. I think that healthcare is a right, not just a privilege. To me, that is a huge benefit of a public option, is that everyone could get care. Like all the athletes that went over in Paris and got dental care, because they don't have dental insurance at home. So they went, when they were at the Olympics in Paris, they went to the dentist for the first time in years. Some of them, and that should just be how it is here.
Hello. Be careful.
There's so much that's broken and so much suffering because of it.
Yeah.
I just think it makes sense to it's sort of like I guess you would call it kind of collective bargaining. Oh no, communism. It's like the collective, right?
Sure.
Gets together and they try to get the best price for something together.
Yep.
And like healthcare is one of those things that it makes sense to do that. Just like it makes sense to do that for the roads, and it makes sense to do that for emergency services.
Yes. Yeah. Well, because when we all get together, we can make things better, because we're acting as a community instead of a bunch of individuals. And this idea that has just infested our entire society, that we're all individuals out for ourselves trying to get ahead of everybody else, that's not gonna work long term, guys. Like, that's not the way that that economy will eat itself. That's
the
why
fat cats on the top want us to eat the bottom people. Like,
right.
You notice how much they're encouraging the middle class. Oh, you're weakened as a middle class. Look at all the tax burden you have as a middle class.
Right.
Look at those freeloaders over there. Go punch down on them.
Right.
Because they don't want us punching up on billionaires. That's why.
Yes, because unfettered capitalism without the constraints of socialistic economic policies is dangerous, and it eats itself, and it's unsustainable.
I will accompany you to
I'm not just being a bleeding heart liberal over here because I like candy and Barbie dolls or something. I don't know. It's literally better economically for all of us. I am literally a salesperson for my profession. The more people, a larger middle class means more people have money to put into retirement accounts. I sell those. So I want a larger middle class that is doing better so that I have more clients. It's literally self-serving. I'm also a bleeding heart liberal who likes candy and Barbie dolls. But just saying, it's not only that. Anyway, well, listen. We're going to get out of here. We just streamed for over 4 hours. There will be a stream tomorrow night. It's just a gaming stream. It's probably going to be kind of a reaction stream. Same thing. It'll just be open Discord. Anybody can come in. We'll talk about whatever you want. But until then, I want to thank Spackle and Kitty. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to jump out of the Discord. But thank you guys so much. Love you both.
Have a good night, hon.
You too. And then I'm going to say goodbye to all of you wonderful people. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you again tomorrow night.